be live. Let me send out the notification. All right, sweet. All right, that should be good. Player core followed 2 days ago. Thank you. I don't think I was live 2 days ago, but cool. I'm going to assume you saw a VOD or something. I don't know. Appreciate the follow though. All right. So I have made a little bit of progress since last time. But today we're basically picking up where we left off. Because the changes that I made were unrelated to what I was working on stream last time. Can I? Hello? Does that keybind not work? Okay, I was trying to zoom into my code. I know you can't see the code yet, but I'll get there. Did I pick the right? I did pick the right layout. Okay, we should be fine. Okay, sorry. Getting set up. Yada, yada, yada. I just had to make sure I did everything right. Okay. Let me show you my screen. Okay. So here we go. I found it funny. I left this notification up. It might be hard to see on the stream, but it says, on a scale of 1 to 5, how satisfied are you with Visual Studio? 1 equals not at all satisfied, 5 equals extremely satisfied. Usually it gives me like, you know, warnings or something. Like if I configured something weird, it'll like give me a warning. But for some reason it's giving me a survey. I'm gonna click the X that's underneath my face cam right now, but I thought that was interesting. Anyway, so these are the major changes that I made to the code, at least. We do have a new logo thanks to Glitch. I'll show that off here in a second, but basically I changed the startup and shutdown so that they do stuff in parallel, because before what it was doing is it was initializing the logger, initializing the config, initializing the cache, and then once it loaded in the cache, it would update the UI, and only after it did that, then it would read the custom data and the command manager, and then it would update the UI for that as well. So it had to wait until like the UI got updated, or like the cache got loaded and everything, which in order to like update the UI, it has to make network calls, because as soon as the cache gets loaded in, yo, what's up, Glitch? How's it going? Just going over a couple of the changes that I made. So like before, it would read in the cache, and then it would use that to automatically like re-log you in, basically re-authorize. And so loading in all the commands and stuff would have to wait until that finished, but now it's all done in parallel, so it's super fast. And I did a similar thing with shutdown, so now it closes everything in parallel. And some tasks have to wait for other ones, so I just created some utility functions to help with that. But basically, if I start it up here, you can see that the commands won't have to wait for me to get authorized. So you can see the commands show up and then it authorizes me. So all of that stuff is done in parallel now. Super cool. Also, the new logo. What do you think, Glitch? So like there's an icon in the very, very top left, like at the very top of the window, and then the taskbar icon is also changed. I think it looks pretty cool. There is some like, so I tried to look into like what size the icons should be, and there's like 12.5 different sizes in order to get like exact scaling. But like, I feel like it scales perfectly fine. Like, I feel like it's small enough that you can't really notice that it's not like pixel perfect, you know? I think the logo looks great, not biased. Cool, cool. But yeah, that's pretty much the only change that I made since last time. So we still have to, let me launch it again. We still have to like fill out each of the command cards. And let me pull up the mock again. Is it this guy? So these are what the command cards should look like approximately. They're not going to be exactly this, but this is kind of what I want the layout to look like. So we need the name of the command, an enable, disable, toggle button, and then some fields. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these side by side so that they're not, here, let me zoom in here. There we go. So it's not going to be like permission level and then, you know, the drop down underneath it. Because like, look at all this blank space here. After the word everyone, there's so much empty space. Like, why would I put this below it, you know? So I feel like we can get away with doing it side by side, which means I think the way that I want to do it is have, so let me show you the config page real quick. So this is the configuration page. And so the way that this is laid out is it's basically 3 columns, or it might be 2 columns, and like each question mark input field pair is like technically its own UI component. But you can see there's like a distinct column for all of the labels, and there's a distinct column for everything that's not a label. But I think with the command cards, what I want to do is I want to push everything over to the left as far as I can go. So basically there won't be this empty space. Like the authorization port field will be like right next to the word authorization port. And all of these fields will be pushed over as far left as they can go. I feel like for a configuration page, it makes sense to have everything organized into columns like this. But I think for the command cards, it'll be fine to just push everything to the left, which means it's going to be a little bit easier to work with, actually. So, where was it? It was here. So I had started doing this grid thing, but that was before I actually hashed out what I wanted the layout to be like. So create the correct type of button. What was that? Oh, for the enable toggle. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to create like a custom, excuse me, I'm gonna have to create like a custom button type for the enable toggle button. That'll be fine. So we do want this function get child, We want to fetch a child. Yeah, let me get rid of this and do that. Oh, great, ads are starting. Okay. We didn't get that far. I got into the explanation, and then, yeah, I've got to pass in some parameters here. So, what did I do first? I did row formats. So there's going to be how many rows, did we say? We want a row for the name plus enable toggle. Whoop. We want a row for... let me look at the mock again. Permission level. Actually, I think it might be better to actually look in the command class because I've got everything laid out right here. Aliases, that's right. I didn't know how to deal with aliases. I don't know. How do you display a list of a bunch of stuff? Do you just make it like a drop-down menu like this, sort of? Except instead of it being like a, you know, I'd pick one, you got like, you know, instead of these being buttons, everyone mods and caster, or broadcaster, they'd be like their own individual thing where you could like exit out to delete an alias, and then maybe at like the top there would be a plus button so that you could add a new alias. I'm not sure. Not sure how I want to deal with that. But I think at the very least I should reserve a row for it in the UI. Sideways scrollable section. Okay, ads are playing, so I will wait to respond to that. Ads. Enable toggle button. Let's buttons. Links user buttons. I'm gonna create a new button here. I'm gonna call it toggle button. Toggle button. Just real quick, and then we can. I'll throw a Toto in there, and it will extend. But S button. Update background, or should it do S button base? Back. All right. Sorry, I was busy making another button type. I'll get back to that. Should it extend? I mean, I can probably just extend button base, right? And then, because what is S button really doing? It just has a default hovered pressed. Yeah, we need to customize all that. So this is gonna extend button base. Okay. And then we can, yeah, sure, implement the abstract class. Okay. All right, that's a Toto. I don't know why it does this. What do you mean using? Oh, because this is, okay. There we go. Sorry. Anyway, what I was saying. Sideways scrollable section is interesting. I think it does have to have a scroll bar at some point. I don't know, you think sideways instead of vertical like this? Because, like, depending on how long the aliases are, you know, that could be a good idea. Or are you saying sideways scrollable as in, like, not an extra, like, you don't have an extra UI element show up, it's just, like, all right here, and it's a sideways scrollable thing? That could work. Not a drop down, just a scroll area. Gotcha. I'm not opposed to the idea. I'm just considering it. I think for now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reserve a... Oops, this file. I'm just going to reserve a row for it. Aliases. And then I can put just a blank UI element there. And we can deal with it later. And then what do I need? So aliases, the enabled toggle is in the same row as the name. Permission level. Permission level. I don't know why I capitalized the P, but that's gonna annoy me. And then the cooldown milliseconds. Cooldown millis. Whoops, there we go. Okay, and then columns, we actually only need one, right? Because everything is just going to be... Everything's going to be in the same column. It's not going to be like the configuration page. Excuse me. Now, what's going to be in it? What do I need? I need children. Is it like this? Is this how you... Oh no, it's already set up as like a list of things. Okay. Gotcha. So then if I... For now, let's just put a bunch of text blocks there. They need to be new. Okay, and then I need to specify text equals name.text. What? Where's he getting that? Oh, from this thing? This doesn't need to be that, does it? It can just be a string. Probably. Okay. So we've got 4 rows, so 2, 3, 4. And then, what did I say? Aliases. So for now, we'll just put... Oh, whoops. Aliases. For now, this one was permission level. Yeah, just to make sure this is all working properly, I'm just gonna make it all just text. Permission level. Let's not overcomplicate things yet. Cooldown millis. Okay. Don't need that for now. I've already got a todo in my toggle button, so I'll deal with that in a second. Get child, and we want to put the command.name, pass that in as the name here. Why is this getting mad at me? No. Sure, make it static. Okay. Let's see what happens. Is it gonna work first try? Okay, interesting. Not quite. It did not quite work first try. I mean, we were planning on, like, limiting the length of a command name anyway, right? So, like, in theory, the fact that this goes off screen shouldn't be an issue. Oh, but, like, everything is center aligned. Interesting. Except, like, there's extra space on the right side of it. So if the contents of the grid is smaller than the card... Okay, so the grid itself... So, like, this grid... Child dot... Like, align... Horizontal alignment... Stretch? Is that maybe what we want? I'm gonna first try and get rid of the extra space that's on the right side of the cards. So now it should stretch the grid. It's not doing it. Okay. Well, what I'm assuming that it's doing, and let me change the background here to blue, just so I can see whether or not I'm right. Background equals, we'll do main theme dot info brush 1 is blue, so we'll use that. What I'm thinking is happening is the inner grid element is not stretching to fill all the available space. Oh, it is. Why is this stuff not centered then? That doesn't make much sense. I was assuming that the blue area would be, like, squished down. I mean, if I do horizontal alignment left... And I put that in each of these places. Okay, it's kind of annoying that it does that, but... Okay. What happens now? I just realized my face cam is in the way. Hang on. You have no idea what I was talking about. Yeah, the text goes off screen here. My bad. Alright. Go back here. There we go. Okay, so now everything is left aligned. That's good. And actually, that's... I mean, it doesn't have to be, like... Maybe I was worried about something that's not really an issue. Like, it doesn't need to be stretched out like that, right? If everything's just going to be left aligned, then... But the toggle button also is going to be, like, in theory, in the top right of the card. I also want to say, like, display name, command name. Is there a built-in function that'll just, like, put the 3 dots if the thing is too long? Pad right? What does substring do? How does this work? Choose a substring. The substring starts at the specified character position and continues to the end of the string. What if I give it 2 parameters? Start index length. A string that is equivalent to the substring of length that begins a start index in this instance. Okay, just out of curiosity, can I say start at 0, go 10 characters, and just the word hello? Does it? I assume it would just return the entire word hello, because the length that we're defining is greater than the length of the string. Why is it getting mad? Substring can be simplified. How? What are you doing? Use range operator? Sure. Let's see what happens. It's probably going to print it multiple times because of where I put the code, but let's see. Why is it taking forever? What did I break? Am I not allowed to put a debug statement here? Hello? I guess not? Okay, fine. I'll put it in startup. Decompiling source code. Indexing length must refer to a location within the string. Okay, so it did get mad at me. But it didn't print anything? It should have. Oh, because the error happened in the UI thread. Ugh. That's annoying. I couldn't figure out how to configure Evalonia so that if an error is thrown in the UI thread, then it hooks into my logger. But like, I kind of just have to write code that doesn't throw errors. FPS was so mad it decompiled itself. Yeah. So like, if I put this debug statement inside of the command constructor, or not, the command card constructor, this constructor is called in the UI thread, which means it's going to throw an error. Or like the code in the debug statement throws an error, but because it's in the UI thread, it never makes it to the logger, which is super annoying. Because like the way that I'm doing it right now is I have like code that I know won't throw an error in the UI thread, and then I just wrap everything in a try catch. So like the startup, for example, this stuff, because it all runs in parallel, it doesn't use the UI thread. So like the UI thread just initializes all of these tasks, but the tasks don't actually get done yet because they get delegated to different threads, whatever. But like these work with logging. If an error happens on the UI thread, then it doesn't like that, which is super annoying. But okay, so apparently I can't do this. I can't just put 10. I have to do like the minimum between 10 and the length of the string. So let's just say var hello equals the string hello. Hello.length. And then I can just remove the things. Incoming ad. So that should work. Yes? Is it gonna throw an error? It did not throw an error. Yes. Okay, it did work. So the display name, if we want to add like the 3 dots on the end of it, right? We have to do... Oh, this is going to be super annoying. Like... Because basically I have to... Let's make a function here. Get display name, and it'll take in a string name. Whoop, name. There we go. Should return a string. And then like int max length. It's like if name.length is greater than the maximum allowed length, then I can return name, substring it to the... Well, so in this case, it's strictly greater than the max length, which means I know that this won't throw an error at me. Actually, this should be max length -3. And that way what I can do is say ads no. I can do this, right? Otherwise, just return name. And then we can make it a one-liner. Why not? So then if I say, get rid of this, let's say get display, actually, yeah, let's make a variable here, just to make everything explicitly clear. Get display name, command.name, whoop, name. Okay. And then we'll just say you're only allowed 15 characters. Okay. Let's see if that function works. Hey, there we go. And it should be 15 characters in total. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It is 15 characters. Okay, cool. So then if I say, if I make one of these names exactly 15 characters, it should still... Oh, okay, let me reformat this. Okay, there we go. So if I make this 15 characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Delete everything after that. A kinda long name F. All right, perfect. And then I boot this up. So the first one should receive an ellipsis. And the second one prints out the entire thing. So a long name F, and then if I were to add even a single additional character to that, we'll add a P. And then I launch it. Now it should get an ellipsis. Nice. Okay. Cool. So that does work. Seemingly. So let me... I'll just keep these the way that they are. Alright, nice. Okay. Sorry about ads. What I did is I just made this get display name function, which says if the length of the name is greater than whatever maximum, then, you know, take the first characters of the name up to max length -3, and the -3 is so that we can add 3 additional characters onto the end of it, and then if it's equal to or less than max length, then it's fine. There's no need to add an ellipsis. So that's what that does. And that just makes it so that there's not a bunch of text going off the screen. What was the other thing I was trying to do? Okay. So I think that pretty much solves that. So let me get rid of the background color here. Return that the way that it was. Watch what happens when max length equals 2. Let's try it. I'm not gonna think too hard about it. I'm just gonna try it. I'm pretty sure it threw an error, but it didn't show up because the error happened in the UI thread. Ooh. Dang it, dude. I'm almost wondering if, like, command card, because this doesn't get created until, I mean, if we just write code that doesn't throw an error, we should be fine, right? Just don't write code that throws errors. I'm trying to think of if I should, like, try and deal with it. Right, because, like, this happens... This is the line where we're updating it, right? Update interaction grid. Interaction grid is what creates the new command cards. So here's where that's happening. If I literally just wrap this in a try-catch block, it would solve that problem. But actually, yeah, that would just solve the problem. Okay, let's make this one-liner even bigger. All right, we'll say utils dot try else error, and then we'll throw an end parenthesis around this guy. Don't code like this. Utils. There we go. Don't code like this. Don't make a one-liner like that. I just want to see what happens. Okay, yeah, see, there we go. Now it throws the exception. Length -1 must be a non-negative value. Okay. So we'll just, you know, we'll just never have it equal to 2. Making giant one-lines is so fun. Okay, so look at this absurdity. So, like, this part is just defining the, like, what parameters and everything. So I guess, like, we could, you know, put line breaks here so that it's, you know, a list of parameters vertically. Actually, that's probably better. But, like, so fire due after. Should I? No, I should. It's fine the way that it is. Sorry, my music stopped. So, like, what this does is this fire due after spins up a new thread. Or it doesn't spin up a new thread. It creates a new task, which there's an underlying task pool, and a schedule takes care of which thread to actually have the task be executed on, and whatever. A bunch of language specific stuff. Point is, it schedules this task, whatever you pass it. So I'm giving it a function here. That's this parenthesis arrow. And then I'm saying, okay, try to do this function, and if it fails, throw an error, or like log the error. And then this says, okay, on the UI thread, do this function, right? Okay, and then this function calls the update action that got passed in as a parameter, and it passes in as a parameter to that update function this main panel. In order to get the main panel, you have to go from the application lifetime, cast it as an iClassic desktop style application lifetime, get the dot main window property from it, cast that as a main window, and then you can get the main panel. And then, you know, a list of tasks, because at the very beginning it was, you're supposed to do this function after some other things finish, and so these are the tasks that have to finish before it actually does the thing. But, like, I'm kind of curious, like, what happens if I actually use correct, like, what happens if I use bracket styling here? So that having a semicolon is fine. So I'm passing in a function. Does that even... It doesn't work like that. Okay, hang on. This should go here. Yes, okay. And then this is a function. That goes, it doesn't go there. Hang on. Try else error. It goes. It goes somewhere. Or is it just wanting, like... No, I have no idea. Yo, how's it going? Fioramund. Oh, snap. It's a raid! Welcome, welcome. How's it going, everybody? We are making a chatbot. Just finished a silly game in COBOL. I have only ever heard rumors of COBOL. Mostly from, like, old professors. That sounds pretty cool, though. What kind of silly game is it? I am currently trying to clean up this mess of a function. It used to be a one-liner, and then we started spreading out all of the nested functions here, and it doesn't really look that great. It's a programming language from 1959, and I made a terminal text-based game in it. Oh, okay, gotcha. Since COBOL stands for Common Based Oriented Language, business-based. Is COBOL based? I don't know, you tell me. Common Business Oriented Language. I figured I'd go with a market theme. Ooh. That's kind of cool. Making the game theme similar to, like, the language itself. Where am I supposed to put this closing bracket? This is a problem. Expected. Show potential fixes. Can you fix it for me? No, of course not. Wait. Does it go here? No, hang on. No. Okay, I need to... It automatically makes it a one-liner, like this arrow function syntax. I don't want to do that. I want to try and use brackets, but I don't know where to put the closing bracket because everything is so dang complicated. Okay, so this is definitely a function here. So let's do that. And then is it gonna... Ooh. Wait, what? What just happened? It was correct a second ago, no? Hang on. Okay, sorry. I missed some chat. The gameplay is so broken, but it was an educational adventure. That's what it's all about, you know? Who needs to make a functional product? As long as you learn, it's fine. One-liners are naturally like that. Oh, sorry, I missed this one. You buy and sell stonks from year 1959 until 2000. You have to make $1 million by Y2K before the virus destroys all the clocks and the robots take over. That's hilarious. And it's text-based too? God, that kind of feels like it'd be fun. I haven't played a whole lot of text-based games. No, what am I doing? This stuff doesn't go here. It goes right there. Okay. Hang on. No red squiggles. Pause. Pause. Let me enter line breaks. I have vague memories of, like, making some text-based stuff when I was, like, first learning how to code. I don't remember what I made. Oh, I think I made, like, a tic-tac-toe game or something like that. But I haven't, like, played any actual text-based games. But I feel like it'd be fun. It is a mainframe style interface. It's so bad. That sounds cool to me. I don't know what you're talking about. That sounds fun. Okay, so now we've got this function here. We're almost there. So so if I add this here and that there, and then a semicolon, I did it! Now we've got the code Hadouken. Just Indent after indent after indent after indent getting pushed off to the right. But there we go. That's what the one-liner is supposed to look like if you use the bracket syntax. It's not much better. There's still this massive thing here. Actually, we can separate this into things here, right? Like, so I don't know. I'll just call it casted. Casted application lifetime equals application lifetime. Grab this, put it out front. Why is it doing this? Converting null literal or possible null value to non-nullable type. Oh, that's right. That's why I had the exclamation point at the end of it. Don't care, didn't ask. Compiler, do what I want you to. Okay, so now instead of this, I can say casted application lifetime. Okay, that's slightly simpler. Hang on. I made Conway's Game of Life in text once. Nice. With customizable rule sets and boards. Dude, that sounds awesome. I feel like it'd be fun to make a Conway's Game of Life thing. But that was not one of the projects that I ever did as a beginner, and I feel like my passions are, I don't know how to phrase it, like larger in scope. But I feel like it'd be a fun project to do. Don't know why I put that much effort into it. I don't know. Was it fun? Game of Life is really cool. I've never done any cellular automata before, but I need to one day. That seems like one of those things that's just like fun to program, you know? Ads, no. Okay, let me clean this up while ads are going. Casted. I keep hitting the R button. Main window. Grab this, put it here. I can get rid of the parentheses. And then I can say cast without caps lock. No, casted main window. There we go. Okay. I'll wait till ads get back, but like, this is not much better. All right. Should be back from ads. So this is like, this is what it looks like. Kind of cleaned up. There's probably some more cleaning up you could do. Like you could define each of these and be like thing equals and then this arrow function, pull it out into a variable. Why is it mad at me? What do you mean expected a parenthesis? Did I do this wrong? Oh, maybe? Did I copy too much? Like this? Thing? Yeah, there we go. So like, you can bring out each of these variables or each of the functions into like their own thing. Grab this, put it here. That's, wait, no, hang on. grab this guy. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna mess with it. This is good enough. It's gonna get mad at me because it wants me to use the one-line syntax, but it's fine. The brutal dissection of a one-liner. Like, a long time ago, this one-liner wasn't as long as it was, and then I just needed to add more stuff to it. Because you see, I've got, like, these... I don't know what to call them, but like these utility functions that take in a function as a parameter. So like I've got several of those, and I just needed to throw the update call into like three different functions that take in functions as parameters. It got out of hand fast. Should I separate this all out? Like, I don't know, update call. And then I can say that it's this stuff, right? And then I can just say update call. And then I can say UI thread update call equals, yeah. This is probably a terrible naming scheme. But then like, oh, actually I can just chuck that in there and then be like UI thread update call. Maybe like update on UI thread maybe is a better name for it. Why does it get mad at me? Use expression body. Oh, because it's a one-liner. Use local function. And then I can say var try else error update on UI thread. Am I insane for putting a lowercase I here in the word UI? Would that be blasphemous? Because, like, it's supposed to be... What kind of camel case is this? It's some kind of... It's like Pascal case. Is it? No, Pascal is... Pascal is when you start with an uppercase, right? So this is camel case, I think? I don't remember. But, like, is it blasphemous to put the UI... I don't know. It'll be fine. Now I can just say try else error. Whoop. That, bro. Oh my word, these menus that pop up. I want autocomplete, please. There we go. Okay, it's telling me to use a local function. Whatever, dude. Use a local function. Use express. Yeah, fine. Whatever will appease the compiler. Okay, what is it? Expression values never used. Was this awaited before? No, because it's fire. What does this do? Oh yeah, it just returns a new task. Okay, so yeah, I can discard it. And we can do that because this whole thing is wrapped in a try-catch at some point. Is this much better? Does this make any more sense than what it was before? I mean, probably, yeah. Let's be honest, but should this be like invoke update? I feel like update call. I don't know. It's fine. This is still weird. Thank you, Glitch. Appreciate the hydrate. Past the 1 hour mark. How much of that time was spent just refactoring this one-liner? I don't even know how I feel about these starting with lowercase. I might refactor later. Yes. Okay. Anyway, all of that so that we can print out an error if we accidentally throw a 2 in that get display name function. You have spent yes amount of time on it. Sounds good. But yeah, now we get this error showing up. Cool. But we'll just hard code it so that it's not a 2. Seems pretty simple to me. No, I mean we should probably put some logic in this get display name function, huh? And this doesn't have to be in this class. This can be a utility thing. Is there like a term for when you cut something off and just add an ellipsis? Get cut off string or something. Text maybe. And then I can take this and throw it into some UI utils, sure. I mean, it probably belongs in like the overall utils actually, because it's not specific to the UI. Where's my utils class? Here it is. All of the utility functions that I just haphazardly throw into a file. Okay, so now let's do this again. Say return that. Okay, except I want to check to see if max length is less than 3, then I mean, we kind of do actually want to throw an error, because it shouldn't ever be less than 3. It just doesn't make sense. So yeah, never mind. We actually do want to throw an error. If that ever happens. And it won't, because I'm just going to hard code it not to. That's the solution. Get display names. Now we can do what? Utils. Get cutoff text. Max 15 characters. Let's see if this still works. Hey, there we go. Nice. So the name of the commands is now cut off at 15 characters. All right. What do we want to do? So like the width of these cards is like set, right? Like it'll reorganize to accommodate, but it won't ever change the width of the card. So we've got like, and I mean we can change the actual value of it, it's just that during runtime the width of the cards don't change. But I don't know, I feel like, how much room do we want to give them? So where am I giving them widths? Width 250. What if I double that and say 500? What does that look like? Now they only 3 of them fit. I probably don't need the angle brackets because these are like actual things. But like, my problem is I don't know that I necessarily want there to only be like 3 of these cards per row. But at the same time, like, I can make it a little bit smaller so that maybe 4 of them can fit. But I'm reconsidering the idea of... So I said earlier that I wanted the... So this is a mock-up of what I want it to look like. It's not actually going to look exactly like this, but this is just the general idea. So I've got, like, the name of the field... and then the actual, like, thing that you can click on underneath it. And I said earlier I wanted these to be side by side. Because, like, look at all this empty space in the actual input field. Like, there's so much empty space that I can probably just pop it over to the side. But now that I'm, like, looking at it here... I don't know how I feel. Because I kind of feel like just for the sake of fitting more of these cards on the screen, I should extend it vertically. I mean, we can always change it later, I guess. I'll go with the side by side, so have the label next to the input. I'll go with that idea for now, and I suppose if it doesn't work, then we can change it. But, all right. No, ads start in a minute. Okay, so what I want to do now is, instead of just having each of these be text blocks, I want them to be like, I want them to be their own, like a grouped UI element, right? So that there's like two things. Actually, they can each be their own. They can each be their own grid. I can have grids inside of grids inside of grids. It'll be amazing. So let's just get like, what should I name this? Let's get main grid. Get child is a little bit different. And then we can say we want to return a grid get name row, like main grid name row or something like that. I mean, it's probably fine, right? So that'll return a grid, and then instead of having this here, we can put it, I'll just throw it down there for now, and then we can say get main grid name row. And I think actually the way that I did this in other UI stuff, where is another UI stuff? Pop-ups, authorize pop-up. Instead of like, yeah, so like I explicitly called the functions outside here and then pass them in as parameters for things like, although I had to do that for this because I had to append these on click events. Is there another example? Not really. I'm just trying to stay consistent with what I was doing for different UI elements, but I don't remember what I ended up doing. I don't think I ever call stuff. Yeah, I think I just pass them in as parameters. So let's keep consistent with that then. And let's say I want an S grid called name row. Actually, I don't need this anymore. So then I can say nope, name row. There we go. And then I can say for name row equals get name get. I can probably shorten that to just get name row. So let's do that, and then I want to pass in the name, and I can convert it to a display name inside of here. Although the other thing is that, like, I don't even know if this is necessary, or if I should just say that the user is not allowed to input a command name that's longer than a certain number of characters. I mean, no matter what, I'm gonna have to have some kind of cutoff. So let's go into my constants here. My giant file where I throw all my constant values. Oh, that's right. I use the num max syntax. So here I should use, instead of max length, like, nah, it's fine. Never mind. Never mind. Ignore me. Where was I? Constants. What should I call this variable? Num max. Command name chars. And for now, we'll just set it equal to 15. And we can adjust that later. All right. We'll put it up here in alphabetical order. So then I can say, there, constants. There we go. So this is aligned to left, but I don't really care that it's aligned to left. I kind of just care that the grid is aligned left. So if I were to say, let's create a new S grid. Var name row equals a new S grid. Then I can move this horizontal alignment in there. And then this is gonna get weird because it doesn't properly automatically format it for me. Okay. So we need, actually this can be like all the way to the, why is it doing that? There we go. This can probably be over here, right? Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. So how many rows do we want? We want a single row. And it can be auto. I don't actually remember the difference. Does it tell me? Get an instance of grid length that indicates that a row or column should auto size to fit its content. And then the other one was what? Star? What does this one do? Indicates that a row or column should fill its content. So like it expands to fill up all available space. So we definitely want that to be here, so that the enable toggle can be on the far right, like we wanted in the mockup. Right, because we've got the name on the left and the enable disable toggle on the far right. They're in the same row, and we want it to go all the way out. So I don't know if this is necessary, actually. Like, if we just make a button that's aligned to the right, maybe it'll automatically do that. I don't know. We can mess around with it. But we do just need one row. Yeah, weird. This might also have to be star. I mean, it can't hurt, right? And then we're gonna have two columns. Why is this not? Okay. I don't like that sometimes it doesn't properly figure out the indentation that I need. Okay. I'm gonna add a comma here just because that's the convention that I've been going with. All right, so 1 row, 2 columns. The 2 columns are automatically sized. That part is fine. And then we can give it some children. So 1 of those, music, come back. 1 of those is just this text block with the actual name in it. The display name in it. I can actually just say return, right? Return that. Okay. And then the second child, for now, will just be another text block that says second child. Perfect. All right. So now I need to actually like properly call the functions. Command.name and pass name row into this guy. Okay. Let me put width up here. Why did it I don't know why it decided to do that. All right. Let's see what happens. It works first try every time. It did not work. Okay. So this is kind of what I was afraid would happen, is that it's like all the way to the left. So if I say it's star, so it should take up all the available space. Let me give it a background color so I understand where exactly, whoops, there we go, where exactly the UI is being laid out. Okay, yeah, so it's not taking up all the available space. It's just shrinking to whatever its children are. Which I thought the star should... Oh wait, no, that's the row. Yeah, no. Okay, the row should be auto. I'm a little bit... Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And then... let's just say the name is star. So like the name itself should take up all the available space. And then the second child just does whatever. It takes up as much width as it needs. Does that work? No. Hold on. Is it because this needs to be star as well? That did not work. Why is it not automatically expanding? Star. Let me Google this real quick, because maybe I'm not understanding what it's meant to be doing. So auto gets an instance of gridlink that indicates should auto size to fit its content. And then star gets an instance that indicates that a row or column should fill its content. Is that not what I'm trying to do? Is that not what I'm doing? So this is saying the first column should fill all of its content, which in this case is this first text block here. So let me test something here. So I'm going to change that back to auto, and then I'm going to give this I'm going to give this the blue background. So in theory, this won't take up all of the space of the card, but it does. Do I have it backwards? Does auto take up all the available space? What does star look like here? That is still everything. Why is it covering everything? I don't understand what this is actually supposed to be doing. Is it because this is still star? It shouldn't be. Let's yeet the horizontal alignment for now. Maybe... like all of these should be, yeah. How do I get it to do what I want? So, like the word test, the word second, this cutoff word, and then we've got the phrase second child that comes after it. What I'm trying to get to happen is to extend the name of the command, which is like the word test in this case in the top left. I want to extend the box such that it takes up all of the available horizontal space, and then the phrase second child is effectively right aligned. That's what I'm trying to accomplish right now. So like this, the phrase second child should be like in the top right of the card. But for whatever reason, I can't get this to expand. Right? Like if I set this to star... well, that's the other thing, is that I don't understand why this is taking up all the available space. It shouldn't be. Like, if I set this to auto, what it should do is it should shrink so that it's just big enough to take up, or to fit all of the things inside of it. So, like, the area around the text should be blue, but, like, all of this blank space off to the right, that should be red right now. I don't understand why the blue is extending all the way over. Because, like, I'm explicitly telling it not to do that. So what am I doing wrong here? Like, star and auto are like the only things that you can do, right? Yeah. Main grid. All I'm doing is setting this as child command card. No, it's interaction grid that actually makes them. Yeah, there's nothing here that says the command card should take up all of the available space. In fact, the opposite is the case. Like, it should be shrinking. And yet it does not. Do these text blocks? No advertisements. Are the text blocks expanding? Is that what's going on? Hang on. What does this look like? No, see, that shrinks to its content. I'm going to assume that each of these things does that. That shrinks to its content. And then the last row. That shrinks to its content. So why then does the parent... And we've already established that this... We've already established that this also shrinks to its content. Yeah. So why does the parent expand out? It should only cover the text that's in the card. It should not cover the entire card. That's what this auto is. This one right here. The column format of the main grid. Right? Like the background of the entire card is red. And then the main grid I'll make it blue. But there's no red, it's just I'm very confused. Yeah, like there's no cutoff or anything. So like if I say child dot horizontal alignment. If I set that to left, what happens? That's what I was expecting to happen. Okay. Why? It automatically expands? Why would it do that? Why is that the default? Okay, sure, yeah. Whatever, dude. Okay, so it expands, right? Yep. So then if I get rid of this, for whatever reason it automatically expands everything, right? Not everything, but like that one thing. So if instead of changing these layout options, Like, these need to be left aligned. That part is okay. But if I were to say... that this grid's horizontal alignment needs to be stretch. And then let's move the blue so that this guy is blue. How much width does it take up now? It still doesn't take up all of the width. If I set this to star, no. Left align and star. What? Oh, that's a bug. Wait, what happened? It didn't log anything. Huh? How long ago did that happen? This chatter thing didn't show up. Did the cache get screwed up somehow? Is it not? Nothing's being printed. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but bug I'll have to fix eventually. I don't know, man. Like, if I say that this is supposed to be aligned to the right, what happens? Nothing. Now if I say star here, nothing. If I make the second one star, nothing. So, like, the horizontal alignment by default is what? Center? I don't understand why it's not getting moved over. It's just being cut off there. But like it's container, which is this guy. Right? Yeah, name row. This is its container. Its container takes up as much space as possible, right? Yeah. So like in theory, it has access to all of this space. So why is it not expanding? I mean, I tried stretch. What happens if I right align it? Let's just make this auto again. absolutely nothing happens. What? But this grid takes up the whole thing. I'm so confused. What happens if I get rid of these alignments? Like, maybe somehow that's throwing it off? No, now they're just all centered. They're centered in that area. But according to like this background thing, it should be the entire card. Okay. Hold on. That doesn't make any sense, though. Does it? I guess. That's not how I would have intuitively thought it worked, but I guess that is how it works. That's so bizarre. So now if I yeet this, so now everything should be aligned to the left again, or not everything, but just the name. Yeah. And now if I say set this to star, so now the name should take up as much as possible, and the second child should be pushed over to the right. Not quite. Oh, is it? It's because this is still centered. It's because it's this needs horizontal alignment to be left. Right? Right. Oh. Finally, we get the name in the top left and the second child in the top right. Oh, dude. Why did that take so long? Okay. All right. What kind of cleanup do I have to do here? Let's get. Whoops! Don't do that. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so it was this star and a line left. Party! We did it! Okay, we can get rid of this. We don't need to color the background anymore. Oh. And now we can horizontally align these to the left if we want to. I mean, these are going to get replaced eventually, but... let's see the full card in the layout that we finally want it to be in. There we go. Was that so hard? Apparently, yes. Okay. Cool. Yeah. That's fine. So now whenever we want, we can just substitute this text block for a toggle button, which I haven't implemented yet, but eventually we can change that. So let me write a Toto. Make this a toggle button. Okay. Now these guys. This guy is gonna be a giant Toto, because no idea how I want this to be laid out yet. I mean, I do have some ideas, obviously, because we came up with ideas earlier, but I don't know what I want to do yet. I have not made up my mind. The permission level does just need to be a drop-down, so if I look at the mock again, we can close out of that. Like, this drop-down is fine. So, does Avalonia have a drop-down UI element? Drop-down button. A button with an added drop-down chevron to visually indicate it has a flyout with additional actions. That sounds like what I want. So let's actually copy that. Okay. So let's grab, let's say, another S grid, and this will be the permission row. And then I can just say permission row here. Yeet that. This will be called get permission row. And then permission level. Is that not what I called it? User permission dot level. That's what it was. Permission level. There we go. We don't need a display name or anything. We want one row, 2 columns. This time they can both be auto because I don't care about the input being on the far left. And then I do still want the text block that says permission level. Okay, so we've got a text block and a drop down. Get permission row. So let's actually call that function. Var permission row equals get permission row. Command dot permission level. There we go. Pass that into this guy. Perfect. I'm trying to make this as clean as I can. Sure, we'll make it a one-liner and we'll get rid of that. Why not? Who needs code? Okay. I don't know what this drop-down button does, but let's just see what happens. Shall we? Okay, so it's just an arrow. I feel like at this point I should probably read some documentation because this seems like what I want, but it also kind of only, it looks like maybe it's just the button and it doesn't actually provide the drop down itself. So let me Google it. Drop down button. Why was that the first thing that popped up? Something entirely different was the first thing that popped up. Okay. Drop down button class. Can I shrink this? Okay. See, it's just a button with an added drop down chevron to visually indicate it has a flyout with additional actions. So does it actually contain the flyout? Constructors. Actual theme variables. Content. Context flyout? Gets or sets a context flyout? No, I don't think that's right. Data context. Flyout. Gets or sets the flyout that should be shown with this button. Inherited from button? Why does button have a flyout property on it? Item? Don't think that's right. Tab index gets or sets a value that determines the order in which elements receive focus. Okay, no. Tag template. Visual children. Methods. It seems like it's just a button that happens to have a down arrow next to it. That's kind of what I'm gathering from this. Oh, on flyout open, on flyout closed. Those are new. Wait, but it did have... It did have a flyout. I just don't understand why the flyout is also happens to be part of a button. So what happens if I say flyout equals just another text block? It doesn't seem to like that. Why? Can I implicitly convert flyout base? Huh? Doesn't seem to like that. Cannot create an instance of the abstract type or interface flyout base. How does one obtain a flyout base then? Huh? Bro, let me scroll down. Oh, sure, now you don't want to scroll sideways. What? And a drop-down chevron to visually indicate it has a flyout with additional actions. How do I specify the flyout? Oops. So there's an open flyout, on flyout open, on flyout closed, closed flyout, flyout. Gets or sets the flyout that should be shown with this button. How do I make one? Flyout class? That's just what this is, no? No, of course not. There's more to it. Oh, wait. Okay, alright. Why does it not automatically indent this stuff? Okay. Hold. Okay. It's not a button, it's just text because I just set it to be text. But okay. The drop down arrow does not at all match the rest of the visual style. but it's there. It looks very out of place. It also doesn't have a label associated with it. I wonder how I do that. Is there like a text? Was there a content? There is a content. Okay. Content. For now, let's just say permission level dot toString. See what happens. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So now it's got the correct permission level, and I can click on it, and it has a fly out. Again, the fly out is not at all the same. Like both the button and the fly out itself are not at all the same style. But we can probably change that actually. Oh, my music stopped. Hang on. Also, if you have any suggestions for like copyright-free music that I can play in the background, that'd be phenomenal. Because I think this is what, like 12 minutes worth of music that's just looping right now. So I definitely need a bigger playlist. Am I getting bright again? How's that? Do I look better? Maybe a little bit. All right. That's fine. Okay, so this bit works. It's just a text block. But I feel like, is there a corner radius? Nice, okay. Let's set that to 5Ds. Nope, it's gotta be, it's gotta be an object of 5Ds. Okay, it's got rounded corners. Now it fits the visual style. Let's make the cards not red anymore. Shall we? Let's instead make them primary brush 2. Is that the right color? That is the same color as the background. Let's make it primary brush 1. That should be the same color as the header. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That looks all right. I feel like I want a different color though. I don't know. What do you think? Any thoughts? Any opinions? What color should I make the cards? Same color as the header? Different color entirely? Lighter, darker? I should make these buttons blue though. Or should I? Do I make the buttons blue? I think so. I think I should. Let's... Yeah, because this is a button. So let's say background equals main theme dot info brush 2. See what that looks like. It still has a border. Oh, and it turns gray when you click on it. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I might just roll my own version of whatever this is. It doesn't. This drop down button class. I don't. It's literally just a button with an icon next to it. Like you get all the exact same functionalities with just a regular button. It's exactly the same, just with the little arrow on the end. Right? Like if I make this just a regular button, it's gonna behave exactly the same way, right? It's just gonna have the little, it's just not gonna have the little arrow next to it. Yeah. Okay. So then I'm just gonna copy the same, I'm gonna copy the styling that I use for all these other buttons then, and just add a little down arrow, right? Or like, did it ever change to like a sideways arrow? Is that the difference? No, it just stays a down arrow. What's the point? What? It's literally exactly the same as a regular button, just with a little down arrow next to it. What? Why? Okay. I can just make this an info button then. Like this is a class that I made so that it has all the stylings and stuff that I like. So now if I do this, I can get rid of some of the other properties, right? Yeah, see now it doesn't turn gray. There's an arrow because UX UI design is cool. I don't disagree with adding an arrow. I like my the reason I'm making a big deal about it is because I could just make my own version of that and it'd be 10 times better. Like, why would they even bother to make that an explicit UI element? Why would this library choose to implement that when it's the exact same as a regular button, but with with literally 2 lines next to it? I'll just make my own version of it, and it'll be way easier. So like I don't need corner radius anymore. Info button. Where did I use this? Elsewhere. Okay button, this new info button. Yeah, content. Yeah, you can just set it to text. So I don't even need like... I don't even need this. I can just set the content exactly equal to... Excuse me. Exactly equal to this, right? Looks cool. Yeah, I mean... Okay, there we go. Now the buttons are a little bit smaller. They're like the same size as all the other buttons. I say all the other buttons, but there's only 2 of them. Okay. Great, so now it's got all the styling that I like. And we could just add a little down arrow, right? There's not like a symbol for that, is there? There's an up arrow. We don't need the 2-string anymore. Just... Hang on. There we go. Okay. Whoa! Look at that. It's a drop down button. Whoa! It's exactly the same as a regular button, but it also has 2 lines next to it. Whoa! It's a whole new thing. It's a brand new concept. Whoa, look at that. We should make it into its own package. Why? Oh my god, it's a drop down button now. Look at how cool that is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm probably being mean, but like okay. I just made my mega playlist reach 20 hours in length. Dang. I have a playlist that I throw a bunch of songs that I like into. Like, I don't organize them at all. It's just I get mega playlist, I guess would be accurate. And it's nowhere near that. Like, I don't listen to a whole lot of music. So 20 hours is kind of crazy. Some of my family members make like 6-hour long playlists for like road trips. But like, do I even know that much music? Okay. So like, the other thing about these buttons is that they need state, right? No, they don't. Because they can just read from the command's state. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit complicated. Static. I'll return an sgrid and like get drop down options, I guess. Yeah, sure. And then we can just give it an array of strings options, and then we can say return a new thing here. We might not actually need these. I'll get to that in a second, but basically I can say content is equal to get drop down options, don't put a semicolon. And then oh by the way, I'm not gonna keep I do actually want like a drop down arrow icon. I'm not gonna keep the 2 slashes, but I just thought it was funny to point it out. To like, oh wow, it's this new brand new thing because I added 2 lines to the end of the button text. I'm sorry, I'm being mean. I'm sure it exists for a valid reason. It's just funny to me. Get names of user permission dot level. All right. And then we can say I'm gonna have to create a button, so we'll say private there's gonna have to be different types of buttons. I don't think I can make it an info button like I did here. Yeah, I think it's because the info buttons here have corner radius, and so they'd look weird. I mean, I can use an info button just to show what would happen. But like get drop down option. It needs to take in some text and it needs to do something when you click it, right? So we need some kind of action on click. Does that even make sense to do? Like, should I make a whole function for it? I don't know. Okay, for now we'll just return a new info button here. Oh yeah, we don't need to set the background anymore. Because an info button is all automatically blue. Content is just going to be text. And then for drop down option equals that, and then we can say drop down option dot on dot click. Yeah, plus equal. Yes. Actually, these can just be underscores, right? We don't actually need them. And then we just call on click. Okay. But we need, I mean, yeah, I think this is fine. And then we can return the drop-down option. This is a little bit like a small function, so I don't really know that it needs to exist, but actually it should. I feel like it should. Okay. So then we want to return a new sgrid. Let's set up all the parameters here. Okay. Okay, so how many rows do we want here? We want and we want actually as many options as there are to be rows. So I'm gonna set this up to be how did I do this before? I'm pretty sure I've done this once before. But I just want the rows Excuse me. I mean, I can do something kind of stupid. I can say options dot select and then just say grid length dot auto. Wait, what's wrong? The type argument found cannot be inferred from the usage. Oh, option. Dot to array. Right, like I could do something like that. But I feel like that's a little bit stupid. Is there like enumerable dot? Let me Google it real quick. Because I'm pretty sure there's an easy way to do this. Array.fill? That doesn't really look like what I want. Enumerable.repeat. That's what it is. Repeat. Grid length dot auto and options dot length. Okay, so this should give me that should give me what I'm looking for. Okay, so we want a bunch of rows, the number of rows that we want. For the drop down, either of those can work. Let me Twitch's spawning button. When I hover over your message, buttons appear on top of the thing I'm trying to copy. That's a little bit small. What's the other one look like? Yeah, that's probably better. Okay. Let me finish up what I'm doing here real quick. Good call, good call. It's fine to be on that line, I guess. Okay, so that many rows, we want a single column. So grid length dot auto. Yeah, wow, okay. And then all of the children. So we want to do options dot select. Eventually, we're gonna make it an array. Can actually get rid of this stuff here. There we go. Let me actually do this. I feel like this makes a little bit more sense. Okay. All right, so we're selecting option and we're making a get drop down option and we're passing in the option and then we have to pass in an on click. Maybe this shouldn't be a string. I like scrolling Unicode databases. Does this work? I don't know if Avalonia is gonna have a fit with it. I assume it'll display properly. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Am I trying to abstract here when I shouldn't be? Because, like, I need an array of options, and then I would need an array of actions on clicks. Like, right? Or, like, maybe even like a struct drop down option. I feel like that's too much. Yeah, let's get permission drop down options. Okay, let's remove one layer of abstraction here. So okay, so we want a grid of things. We actually want, like, get drop down option gives me a button. So I want to say yeah, actually I can do this. Thing is, we'll say enum.get values of type user permission dot level dot select permission level goes to, and then I want to basically return this. So this is actually going to be get drop down option permission level dot toString, and then an action. So this is going to be, we're making massive one-liners again. Dang it, glitch. Why must this happen? Okay, so this is the on click. So what I want to do when it's collect, I'm gonna need, we have a reference to the command in question, right? We need that. So let's go public read only command. I could say command equals command. Bada bing, bada boom. Why? Okay, sorry. I'm getting asked a question about addition from a family member, and I don't understand why. I guess I'll find out in a bit, but they asked me what 10 plus 12 is. And I'm confused as to why they had to text me to find that out. But I guess, I don't know. Command permission level equals permission level, and then we also want to change... Oh, because this is static. Okay, we can do that. And then we have to make this not static. Ugh, we have to remove static from everything. No. Or, The real question is, what is 9 plus 10? 21? Okay, hang on. I just got context. Okay, so they're ordering food online. Or they're ordering delivery. DoorDash, it looks like. And their total... What? I'm confused. I don't know what they're doing. So I guess they ordered one part of the meal, which was around $9.6. And then they added a second thing to the meal that was basically $12. And their overall total is $27. Huh. They sent me a video with it, but I don't really understand what's happening in the video. I have no idea. All right. There we go. Back to the code. I don't know, man. Okay, so we set the command's permission level. I mean, do we want to keep these static? I feel like we do want to keep these them static, but then we're gonna have to pass in the command. Actually, that's not a bad idea. So let's do that. Command, and then we don't even have to pass in the user permission level because we already have that from the command. Booyah. Any taxes or other fees? I mean, that's the only thing that I could think of, but I couldn't tell based on the video. I don't know. It's weird. Oh yeah, StonePot exists. I almost forgot. Yeah, you know, the code that's been on the screen for like the entire time. Yeah. Okay, so we pass in the command info button. Oh, that's interesting. So we should make a function here. Private static info button get permission input. That'll return this guy, except var permission input is going to equal this button. Yeah, we're going to take in a command. And then we're going to say, we're going to take this outside of there and say permission input dot flyout is equal to this. And the reason that we're doing that is so that I can actually pass the info button into here. Permission input. So we have info button permission input. Why is it throwing errors at me? Okay. And then we can return the permission input. And the reason that we want to pass this in is because when it gets clicked, when a new option gets clicked, we not only want to update the command's permission level, we want to update the text so that it also accurately reflects the new option. So let's do that. So we change the permission level, and then we can say permission input dot content. Set that equal to this. There we go. Okay, so now thing is an array of info buttons, or an enumerable of info buttons. So we can say permission permission drop down options. Okay, so then we want to format them into a grid. We need to pass command into here. There we go. Permission level, and then we can say we actually want to pass in info button permission input, say permission input, and then get permission row. We need permission input equals get permission input, give it the command, and then we can give this guy the input. Okay, that's all taken care of. So now we've got all the options, we've got their buttons set up, we just need to format them into a grid. Dot count, there we go. And then we can just permission drop down options. Yeah, can I not do that? Cannot convert from that to controls. What if I make it an array? Still no. I'm gonna Google it. I don't want to. I'm tired of messing around. I don't feel like this is correct. So, like, in here, it's like this function takes in an array of grid lengths, an array of grid lengths, and it controls. And the way that I've been doing that is you can just like use this syntax, right? Where you use the square brackets and then basically lay everything out as if it's an array. But for some reason, when it's actually stored as an array type and you try and pass it in, it doesn't like it. I wonder what happens if I do this. That's apparently just fine. Okay. Weird. So, what is this gonna do? Okay, it didn't break. The arrows look neat. Oh, snap. Oh, okay, okay. Don't freak out yet. Don't freak out yet. It lays everything out correctly. What happens when I click? So it's currently moderator. If I click viewer, it changes to viewer. Okay, it doesn't close the flyout, but it does change. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so now we need to get it to close the flyout. So in here we can say, yeah, permission input dot close. Is there not like a? I thought it said there was a close flyout. Dot close. No. There was definitely a close flyout. But it was on the drop down buttons. Really? That's the only thing that, okay. How do I close the flyout if flyout dot closed. Let me see. Close flyout method. It's protected. Why? What? What? Why? Why is it protected? Why am I not allowed to call close flyout? What? What? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I not be allowed to close the flyout? I just want to close it. I mean, hang on, I've got a bunch of tabs open. Let me, okay. Drop down button. Let me look at that again, because I definitely remember, dude. The first thing that shows up is not the docs for the drop down button, and it's annoying. That's not the right... This is the first result that pops up. Combo box. Why? Why? Drop down button. What? Drop down button. I assumed you would take me to this. Coming from WP. No. What? There was a drop. Am I going insane? There was a drop down button. Yeah? New drop down button. What? But when I search for it in the Avalonia documentation, literally the exact phrase, drop down button. There's both of these results don't take me to the actual drop down button documentation. What? It's not in here. There's no drop down. Am I in the wrong version? What is going on? What is happening? What? Look at this. It might be hard to see on stream, but look at the URL. api-docs.avaloniaui.net. No API dash, just regular docs.avaloniaui. Why? Okay, sure. I guess that makes sense to separate, like, general use versus the API, but it makes searching for this stuff so much harder. Okay, and then here there definitely is a close flyout function, right? This is protected also. Okay. How do I close the flyout? What? I can have a flyout and I can open it by clicking the button. But in order to close the flyout, I have to again click on the button? Right, like I can select a different thing, but it won't let... There's no way for me to automatically... Or there's no way for me to manually close the flyout. Because it's protected. The function to close the flyout is protected. What do I do? How do I close the flyout? I on flyout closed. Is open flyout also protected? Yeah, okay. What? Flyout presenter? What is this? And there's not like a way for me to... There's not a way for me to just go permission... let's stop this. Permission input dot flyout dot close. There's close duh. Coerce value is open. Gets whether the flyout is currently open. I can't set it. Show at target. There's no way that's the right answer. This is what I'm looking at. So like somebody has a very similar question, and then the answer is I managed to get it to work by creating your own subclass of flyout. What? There's no way. Okay, I'll deal with that in a second. Does this work? Yes. What? Why? Why is that the way that it works? What? What? I know it has a fly out. Don't be like that. So just to go over what my frustration here is I have this permission input, which is just a button, right? It's just a button. It is, let me show you, I'll show you the button that it is. Permission input is this button here. I mean, it's on each of these cards, but it's the blue button. This is permission input. Okay. Every button has a flyout. Permission input dot flyout, right? I mess with it here. There is a close flyout method on the button itself, right? It says is inaccessible due to its protection level. because they made this method protected. So I cannot call this function. But what I can do is directly access the flyout and call hide manually like this. And that closes the flyout. Why? Why not just make the close flyout function public? What? That's insane to me. I mean, like, I guess, but also why? Okay. Sure, man. Sure. It works. It definitely works. And then yeah, this just needs to be like I don't know, what happens if we just make it a regular button? No, just make it a regular button. Okay. Instead of info buttons. Oh, they're like, oh, okay, okay. What if I make it an S button? Okay. What do I have to do? Oh. Default brush. Main theme dot. Yeah, neutral 2, hovered, main theme neutral 1, and then main theme neutral 3. Let's just see what happens here. Okay, so they're still like, they're still spaced out like that. S button base is what has all the styling in it. Okay. So let me do like that's fine. I just want to make it so that there's no margin. Yo, how's it going? CDOM 201. What was I doing? Right, okay. I wanted to make sure there's no margin here. And there's also no corner radius. I am doing my best to make a good looking UI. I am partially succeeding. I'm having to do some kind of hacky things that I'm not super happy about, but it somewhat works. I'm working on this button right now. So these buttons are supposed to drop down. I wanted to get rid of the... Oh, I didn't actually get rid of the margin, did I? I just copy and pasted. I just copy and pasted the old margin. I actually have to set it to 0. That might help. Okay. Now is there spacing? Oh, there we go. All right. They're on a list. I need to change the background color because it's the background color is light gray and the text color is white. That does not look great. Should I make it blue like the rest of the buttons? Or should I keep with like the neutral color? Just make it a darker gray. How many different... Interesting. Let's make it darker to start. Let's actually make it one stage lighter. I changed my mind. 3. Chatbot for Twitch? Yes. Although maybe one day it'll also be... It'll have access to Discord. Maybe. Okay, that looks like a better shade of gray. Do we want to keep it gray? Or should we make it blue like the rest of the buttons? What do you think? Should also probably change the border color of the flyout? It's a bit weird. Interesting seeing one in C#. Yeah, I don't really have any particular reason why I chose C#. It's just the language that I feel like I'm most comfortable with right now. Although, like, technically I write JavaScript at my job, so, like, I could have picked that one. The very first version of the bot was originally in JavaScript. But, like, it's a language. It's definitely a programming language. JavaScript has its quirks. And then just C# just happens to be the other language that I'm most comfortable with. I like JS a lot. It's not a bad language, I will say. It just definitely has its quirks. And like for something like this, it would probably be way faster to actually develop using JS. But I don't know. I like C#. It's a really weird one. Yeah, they're like, you ever seen those social media posts that's like taking advantage of, what is it called, type coercion or something like that? And like they somehow they string together a sequence of like adding strings and numbers, and then they end up with some crazy output. And it's like, yeah, okay, I guess in that very specific scenario JavaScript is weird, but like also that's a very specific scenario. You're almost never gonna see that. If I remember correctly, it's going to be customizable for anyone to make commands in rather than other bots which have preset commands. Stone, please correct me if I'm wrong. You are exactly correct. So eventually I'm going to add like a button to add commands, and so you can add and subtract commands however you want. And then over here it'll create some Python files for you. And you can just write some Python code, and that'll be your command. And like there's an interface that gets injected, and so you can call functions like chat, or you can use Stonebot's logging system. So like it generates log files. So in your Python code, you can log stuff to that file. You can like save and retrieve data between different commands. That's about it for now. I've debated adding more functionality to the scripting interface, but I feel like this is pretty good for now. You did your own implementation of the Twitch. I mean, I did not recreate Twitch, if that's what you're asking, no. But like, yeah, the only libraries that I'm using right now are Avalonia, which is the UI library, and then something called Iron Python. which, yes, is like C Sharp. It's a C Sharp package that runs Python like within, I don't know how to phrase it properly, but it's like within the .NET runtime. The IRC from Twitch, or how do you access the Twitch chatbot, or you do it with webhooks? I use WebSockets, which, like, the webhooks, WebSockets, you know. But yeah, if I go over into, I called it WebSocket Client, I think. Yeah, all this stuff. Connect to the WebSocket thing. Where's my loop? Listen action is what I called it. Here's the loop that listens for messages and stuff. Good coder. WebSockets to get the messages from chat. Yeah. So like, I'll explain it just because I don't know whether I don't know how familiar you are with it, but you can set up a WebSocket with Twitch, and then you can like subscribe to certain events. And those are like two different actions, right? You set up the WebSocket in one interaction, and then completely separate interaction, you subscribe to the chat, or what is it called? It's like, I don't remember exactly what it's called. It's chat message? No, I don't remember. But Twitch has a bunch of different events that you can subscribe to using the WebSocket, and so you can subscribe to an event, and depending on the type of event that you subscribe to, Twitch will send you data through that WebSocket. So you can subscribe to a bunch of different stuff, like they've got one for when you go online, when you go offline, when you receive a subscription, when you get rated, you know, all kinds of stuff. The only one that I'm doing right now is when a chat message comes through. But you can, if you were creating your own, you could absolutely set it up to do all kinds of, listen for all kinds of events. Actually, I am. Ooh, cool. I take it you're using JavaScript then? Being that you said you like it? TMI.js. So that is exactly what I used in the first version of Stonebot, the thing I'm making right now. So that's actually kind of cool that you're also using that. If I remember correctly, TMI.js has you use your, like, the broadcaster's account as the account that sends the chat messages. Is that right? So, like, your bot would appear in chat as you. Now I have to deal with 23,000 lines of code in Node.js. Yeah and no. Okay, I'm confused. Consider me perplexed. What do you mean? I don't remember what I was doing. Oh, right, the buttons. Excuse me. So I want to make I wanted to mess with the border color, I think. You are correct in the using the broadcaster as the bot account. Okay. Gotcha. So I created another account for the bot. After that, I just joined the bot to other channels. Ooh, I just smacked the microphone, sorry. I just joined the bot to other channels. Interesting. I didn't realize you could do that. When I was using it, I feel like the only way I got it to work is if it was with my account only. But so you set it up with the bot account. But you still have to get authorization from, so the auth from TMI.js is for sending messages. Oh, sorry. If it's like formatted as a link or something, it gets censored. Use other streamer name and it joins. That's where access tokens come from. But I didn't realize you could use like two different accounts like that. Cause I'm trying to think. You might be right. I'm just trying to figure out why I was struggling with it before. Well, because like you have the bot account and then you have the account of the person that's actually live streaming, right? What was I doing before that I was struggling? Because like I distinctly remember the only way I got it to work was if I used my own account. Like I had the bot account set up, but I tried to get it to work and then join my chat, but I couldn't get it to work, and I don't remember why. But hey, if you got it to work, that's fantastic. You're better than me already. TMI doesn't have good documentation. I've been coding it for 2 years now. That's probably a lot longer than I spent using it. It probably would have been like easier / faster to just use a package like TMI.js. But I kind of got annoyed using it after a while, and I was like, I can do this myself, right? It couldn't be that hard. And now here I am, several years later, rewriting the entire thing in a completely different language. Yeah. But like I've got a similar thing going on. So like, you can authorize. Yeah. I don't want to remove that. But so like you authorize with 2 different things, right? So that you can quote unquote join the broadcaster's chat, but you can speak as the chatter. I'm gonna go through this real quick because I'm a little bit annoyed that happened, and I don't really know why. Was it because I closed the program without hitting the X button, and so it didn't like go through the correct shutdown process? I feel like it didn't. I feel like that's what happened, but I don't know, because it didn't log anything. Which is also part of the reason why I think it didn't. Okay, there we go. So yeah, now I've got Stone 5555 and Stone Bot 5555, and then I can connect. And it should be connected now, which means if I type like !test, yeah, it runs my my Python thing here. So it says hello world, and it's responding to the chat message that got sent. Yeah, so the second one, it's currently set to permission broadcaster. If I set that to viewer, let me just set that to moderator. I'm curious, what happens if you use it now? Is it gonna get mad? Oh, it get mad. Okay. It did get mad. It already got mad. Every time you type a chat message now, or not every time you type a chat message, but every time you use the command, it throws this error at me. Oh, that's right. I also had it set up to just debug all the chat messages. No, you're filling my logs with error messages. Why? Okay, cool. But that's it's cool that I know these buttons work now. Should I spam log? You could. But yeah, I don't have any code set up here, so it might be getting mad because of that. It could also be getting mad for other reasons. I don't know exactly. What is the object reference not set to an instance of an object? Get subscription tier. So it's I don't know what it's doing. It's trying to see what permissions you have. And so it's trying to see whether or not you have a subscription. But object reference? The log file should be exactly the same, right? It shouldn't give me like a... Interesting. Yeah. Okay, hang on. I was browsing the software and game development section in Twitch, and I saw the title of Twitch chatbot, and I was like, someone is suffering like me? Hell yeah. Exactly. Hey, honestly, it's been kind of fun though. Like, getting the actual WebSocket stuff set up was a bit of a pain. Especially like the reconnect. I don't know what to call it, workflow. Getting reconnecting working was a pain, just because of the way that Twitch has it set up. Because like occasionally they'll drop a connection because of I assume server maintenance, and so they'll send you a message that's like, hey, you need to reconnect your WebSocket, and the way that works is just, it doesn't make any sense to me. So that was a bit of a struggle, but that's why I use TMI. I don't want to deal with that BS. But like, now that I have it working, it's really nice to just be able to build on top of all of that. But yeah, getting it to work initially was a pain. What was I doing? Right. Get subscription. I don't remember where, what file I put it in. Oh wait, it was, hang on. Source Twitch. User. Get subscription tier. Here we go. So it was saying that something is broadcaster authorization data? I mean, I told the compiler to ignore it if it's no. Did it somehow screw up? Broadcaster authorization data should not be null because it populates right here. I want to follow this, so I'm staying. What happened to the error? Oh, wait. It can't be me. Yeah, it has to be somebody else that uses it. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're helping me debug. Cuz the function, where is it? Where is this used? Yeah, so this function, it exits early if it detects that the broadcaster is the one typing the data. Or typing the command, sorry. But like, okay, so it recognizes that I was the one that typed the command, which means that broadcaster authorization is definitely not null. Okay, so why am I getting an object reference not set to an instance of an object? Am I crazy? Where is this used? Why would it exit early if the streamer does it? So this is a function that tries to get the highest permission level. So like the way that the permission levels work is that if a command is set so that a viewer can use it, then anybody can use it. If it's set for like a moderator to use it, then a moderator or the broadcaster could use it. So like no matter what it's set to, the broadcaster will always be able to use the command. So if it detects that the broadcaster is the one that typed the command, it just immediately returns, hey, this person's the broadcaster. Makes sense, yeah. I used permission levels from 1 to 10. How do you like manually assign certain users the permission levels then? Because the way that I have it set up is just like you can get all of this information automatically. So like I don't have to do any setup or anything. If it's just if somebody is a VIP, then they, they can do that. But like, yeah, it's interesting if you make your own permission levels. I feel like you would have to do some kind of configuration. Okay. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. I mean, I don't know, cancellation token? Is that ever going to be null? I don't feel like it. Cancellation token source. No, because I immediately create a cancellation token source. Get highest user permission level timeout seconds. Right. So it's not saying that something is null. Hang on, I'm gonna Google this error message. At one point in time I knew what it meant, but maybe I'm doing something weird here. So how I do it is I have a function that runs every time a command does, and if they are viewers, they get a 1. For subs, they get assigned their tier. VIP get level 6, mods level 7, editor 8, admin 9, and streamer 10. I don't know if that made sense. That does make sense. Yeah. That's a very similar thing to what I'm doing, except it looks like you have more permission levels than I do. Because I don't have editor or admin. But like, yeah, it's basically the same thing. I've got this enum. Viewers 0, VIP 1, each of the tiers is a different number. But yeah, it looks like you just have more than me. I don't know how to set up an editor. Editor is the Twitch editor. Admin is my own extra mod, like super moderator on Stream Elements. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. I don't know how to set up editors. I should look that up or something, because like Glitch said something about that last stream, because I had changed subjects in the middle of my stream and I forgot to update like my my title. And so there has to be an editor, which is fine with me. Access token maybe is null? I'm like, okay, maybe I shouldn't log out the access token. I take that back. I take that back. Please don't show everybody my access token. That's maybe not a good idea. Like cancellation, there's no way cancellation token is the issue, right? I mean, I might as well. You know what? I can be like, is null, and then it'll just, can I not? What? Cancellation token is never equal to null. Well, clearly, sometimes it could be. I'm getting an error message. Dot access token. Just test to see if it's null. Don't actually like print it out. Okay, what's the other thing that I'm using? I'm also using the user ID, which again, let's not actually print out. Let's just test to see if it's null. And then this user ID. Subscriptions. Oh. Well, that's annoying. I think I know what's going on. Yeah, don't do access token. You can print your user ID. Yeah. I don't think I need to print any of that stuff. I'm pretty sure I know what's going on. I'll explain it here in a second. Actually, now that my bot has a few users, I noticed something. The user ID of the user is the account number. So user ID, that means that they were that user created. Oh, interesting. So I'm making a request to this endpoint, to this Twitch endpoint, right? I think what's happening, so I'm sending that request. It's a GET request, so send GET request to this URL along with the broadcaster's ID and the user's ID, right? And then I'm attempting to parse it as JSON, given, get subscription. Let me close that real quick so I can get my file explorer. Get subscription response. So like, here we go. So this is like a model of all the data that I'm expecting to get back as a response from that API call. And what I'm assuming is happening is that because you're not subscribed, it's trying to get your subscription information. Twitch is sending me a response that doesn't match this data format. And so the JSON parsing fails. It returns null. So subscriptions is then equal to null. And then obviously I'm trying to access stuff on a null object. And that's what's throwing the object reference not set to an instance of an object. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening, which is annoying. And I'm not entirely sure how to deal with that. But I feel like that would make sense. But see, like, yeah. As far as I'm aware, Twitch doesn't actually specify what happens if you don't send a valid ID, or like if you send a user ID of somebody who's not a subscriber. Let me copy this and search it in the docs to see if... No, of course. It doesn't show up anywhere. Reference. Ads, channels, chat. Subscription. Create event subscription. Check user subscription. Okay, yeah, this is the endpoint that I'm hitting. And you can see, like, this is what I expect it to return. Response body. Am I doing something wrong here? Why did the code go away? What? No, what happened to the example? Check user subscription. Okay, here we go. Can I give a tip? Go ahead. Okay. Let me just... Where's my model? Here we go. Do I have the model wrong somehow? So, data is an array. Yep, it's an array. Within that array are objects that contain a broadcaster ID, a broadcaster name, a broadcaster login, is gift. Okay, why is the gifter ID... The ID of the user that gifted the subscription. The object includes this field only if is gift is true. Can I just make these nullable then? I do not recommend you do an API call every time you want to check user permissions. When a user sends a message, you also receive a data that is badges. You can check if the subscriber badge is there. If it is, check which one, and if not, it means no sub. Is that what badges are for? Badges. I thought I had something like that. Notification. Badges. Set ID, ID, and info. Check the documentation for the receive message on the WebSocket part. Here, I already have a tab open for it. Here, let me just dupe that. Badges. An ID that identifies the set of chat badges, for example, bits or subscriber. Set ID, oh, it's a string? And it's just bits or subscriber. Oh. Okay, global chat badges. So, is there like a list of all of them? The heck is this? No, not the API, your WebSocket event. I mean, yeah, but I want to know all of the ones that are possible. Also, yeah, the link gets censored, so I don't see it. Unless I see it on here. No, it gets censored. Okay, that was clearly not what I wanted. Get global chat badges? That doesn't seem right. Go to event sub. Click subscription types. Find chat messages. Channel chat message. Payload. Badges. Okay, so there is one for moderator, subscriber, sub, gifter. Shared chat. Okay. Message delete. It doesn't show me all the ones that are possible, though. It shows me moderator and subscriber and subgifter, but that's not relevant to me. ID 1, ID 12. Maybe there's an endpoint I can hit to get a list of all of them. That's weird. I mean, it's not weird. It's expected that there wouldn't be. It wouldn't be listed here. Subgifter can be gifter or bits, and mods can be VIP. It goes on the order left to right. I mean, like, that's not how you spell badge. Get channel chat badges. I mean, that just gets a list of the badges, right? Like, that doesn't... It still doesn't tell me everything possible. For bits, the ID is the bits tier level. Oh, okay, that's ID. World of Warcraft? I'm sorry, what? There's a World of Warcraft badge? Okay. That does explain a lot. Because I put the badge stuff in here just because I knew that that would be part of the response. But I didn't actually know what the badges were. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I might figure out how to do that later. But yeah, that's definitely better than making a separate API call. So you see how it says... Oh, let me bring it up. Okay. What am I looking at? So you see it how it says moderator ID 1 info empty string. Yes, right here. Meaning moderator is true because of the 1. Subscriber ID 12 info 16, meaning the badge is a 12-month badge, but the info means how many months the user has subscribed. Interesting. How do you know that? How did you figure that out? And is there like a neatly formatted sheet of information on all of that stuff? Trial? Don't tell me that. Why would you tell me that? I know there's not, but I didn't want it to be true. Of course. I mean, why would I expect anything else? I've seen a lot of data at this point. I've been doing this for 2 years. I've seen a lot of data at this point. Okay, so I assume if the badge of with the set ID moderator, is that ever not 1? Founders have a different badge, so it might break your code later on. Maybe I will just make an API call every time. No, like the badge thing is clearly better, but if I have to trial and error it, I'm not even gonna bother. User subscriptions. Is that any better lighting wise? I feel like I was like super pale. So for the moderator or VIP, use the same slot. If the badge is not there, it means is not there. But if it is there, it just has a 1 and tells you what it is, either mod or VIP. What do you mean they use the same slot? Like they're always going to be the first thing in the badges array? Because I don't really feel like... I don't know, that may or may not be... Now I feel like I look weird. Whatever. The light can stay on. I'll be extra pale today. Yes, it's like Twitch chat. The top to bottom order is your left to right order on chat. I mean, I'm not familiar with the badge order in chat. But like that's fine. Like I if I have to loop through the array multiple times to get information, that's fine. Like well, no, I wouldn't even have to do that. I can just look at the set ID, right? Because the set ID is going to be VIP if it's a VIP, and it's going to be moderator if it's a moderator, right? You can only be a mod or VIP. Okay. Okay. So then, yeah, I mean, it seems like you can just loop through everything, and if you find something that says, you know, moderator, VIP, subscriber, then you can just exit the loop early because it's supposedly in order. So you're saying moderator and VIP are guaranteed to appear first, and then subscriber. For the subscriber, it will always say subscriber if they are sub, and I think founders for founders. That's right, you did say founders were different. That is annoying. And the third badge is just bits, gifter, or any other random badge the user has. If they're an editor, is that different? Is that like an additional thing? Badges. Is there? Oh. This looks interesting. All Twitch badges list. Founder. That's not how you spell founder. So what information does this give me? Oh my god. Version 0. Wait, maybe not. Oh my god. It has the ID. Version? Title, description. So it doesn't have... So I guess this considers the ID the set ID, or not that, the set ID. Version 0. Moderator. Global moderator versus regular moderator. Moderator version 1. So I assume the version that this thing uses is equivalent to the ID that this uses? Maybe? Let's look at subscriber. Subscribe. 6-month subscriber. Yeah, version 6. Subscriber. What about 3 month? 3 subscriber. There's a different 6 month subscriber for some reason. That's version 4. Of Of course. Of course. Why wouldn't there be 1 year subscriber, 6 month subscriber? They're both called 6 month subscriber. Of course. Things never had to be easy. They always had to be hard. They couldn't just make it easy. The third bet, I read that one. I just have a question how the event subs handle tiers. I do not use events for messages. I do directly IRC chat. Editors are not a badge, so it would not affect anything. Okay. ID should be your set ID. The version is not the ID. Oh yeah, never mind. I think it's a typo. Oh, okay. How the event subs handle tiers. I don't know that they do. Because it's got the set ID, the ID, and the info on the badge. But, like, it comes with a lot of stuff. Subscription. So, like, this is if the message was part of a subscription, I believe. It's like if you subscribe and you add a chat message to it. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Ooh, I just smacked the mic, sorry. But what do you mean how the event sub handles tiers? I don't know if I already somehow answered that question or not. I'm not sure what you mean. Did I? No, that's right. Okay. Oh, that's a cheer mode. But okay, so there is... What are Twitch global badges? How do I get your Twitch right? Okay, so basically, I just have to parse through every single one of these badges and determine what permission level to give each of them. I won't actually do that. I was kidding, but... So this is how I receive messages through IRC instead of WebSockets. At badge-info equals badges equals moderator. Oh, you get it as a string? Or is this just... Oh, no, sorry. Badge info, badges moderator. So it comes in... I completely misunderstood that. Sorry. Where is it? It should be payload, right? So it's like this massive object. Payload, event, chatter. Oh, and then, yeah, I get a list of... There's an object called badges, which is just an array of objects that contain these things. Set ID, ID, and info. Internet relay chat. I don't know that I've heard that term before. But yeah, it's just so there was a better visual in the documentation, I think. Where was it? Send chat message, no. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so it just comes in as JSON. You can go to chatbot and IRC. Whoop, no, don't do that. I thought it was going to open up a menu. IRC concepts. Is a chat interface provided by Twitch on a modified RFC 1495 and IRC v3 message tag specification. While Twitch's IRC using chat commands. And is more complicated to parse. As recommended to use event subscription and API calls instead. Interesting. No ads, sorry. What's your bot send? Priv message. Okay. Well, the example above. Weird. I've never seen this kind of thing before. I mean, it seems relatively similar to like an event sub. But yeah, still very different. What? Okay, so yeah, so this is what you just sent me. This is how you get badges. The above reply was formatted for readability, but the message is actually a single string that contains multiple messages. Each message is delimited by RN. Okay. Weird. So I use TMI just to connect to it, and then I just parse everything myself. That's crazy. Like, with the event sub, it just comes in as JSON. I just have to, you know, I don't have to do anything. It's just, it's a standard package to just parse JSON. I don't have to worry about it. But this, joining and leaving chat rooms. Oh, okay. Yeah, and then it sends all this information. Does it only send leaving a chat room, sending messages? Does it only have the badges? The badge info? There's this emote only thing here too. Subs only slow, room ID. Oh, that's just the information of the broadcaster, right? Or like the chat of the broadcaster. Yeah, when I started coding the bot, there was no event sub for receiving messages. The thing is new? I didn't think it was that new, is it? Event sub. I mean, I knew it was new. I must have gotten in at the right time then. Because I thought it had been around for a while. I had the badges, emotes, message, user, and channel where it was sent. By user, do you just mean, like, what information comes along with the user? Event sub had been a thing, but not for receiving message. Oh, that's right. Because, like, where did I put it? I thought I had a tab open for it. Reference. That, what? Excuse me? WebSocket messages. Yeah, I do remember it saying subscription types. Here we go. Yeah, channel chat message is new. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Username. So I receive a lot of info, actually, like a lot. I do not remember at this point, but his login, display name, badges, emotes, messages, cheers, etc. Okay, cool. So it sounds like we receive similar amounts of information, because I also just, like, all of this stuff comes along with a single chat message. So yeah, sounds pretty similar. I must have gotten in at the right time, because I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. I don't know that I would have committed to, you know, doing everything myself without a package to help. If I had to do that. Ouch. You receive in JSON, I receive it in a string, but TMI parses it for me as JSON. Oh, okay, that's nice. Okay, so I am going to not worry about this bug because I'll just implement the badge idea and then it won't be an issue anymore. I can safely, completely ignore what I was doing before. What was I doing before? Oh, I had just, like, kind of, sort of finished the, drop-down feature. Tier 3, yeah. Okay, so that's about done. Good to know my suffering was worth helping out. I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, no, for sure I'm gonna use the badges, because, like, again, I saw that it was part of the response data, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll account for it, but I don't actually really know what this is. But yeah, that helps a lot. If this website is accurate too, then this will also help massively. Automod, broadcaster, moderator, VIP admin, subscriber. Come on, guys. Why are there two different subscribers? What is this? Subscriber version 0, subscriber version 1. There's no difference. There's not. The description is just subscribe. There's no color change. There's no description change. Twitch. What? Surely this is not. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna implement the badge idea because it's just objectively better. But what is this? Yeah, because there are no tutorials on YouTube. Are there not? I actually haven't looked. I maybe should have looked before I decided to do this. I also tried making an extension, and as hell, still did not know how, and there is no YouTube tutorials. I tried making an extension once, and it did not go well. So, you know, all the respect in the world to people who can actually make working extensions. I don't have redeem anymore, but hydrate. The stream hit 4-hour runtime. All right, I got you, Glitch. Thank you. Since it's been so long, I will give you back your hydrate privileges. Just that once, of course. I wouldn't be crazy enough to, like, actually let you hydrate me. That'd be weird. Okay. So what should we put for, like, the toggle? In the mock-up, I just have this power button symbol, but I don't know. Is that a good idea? Oh, also the command name. The command name. Don't I have... I've got a function that's like keyword. Get command keyword. So yeah, okay. We start at index 1, which means we cut off the exclamation point. Okay. So if I want to stay true to my mock-up here and actually display the exclamation point, I'm going to have to do that in the UI. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I display the exclamation point when I'm displaying the name of the command, or just the name of the command itself? I did this before AI was a thing. Yeah, like from what it sounds like, you've done like a lot of work on this thing, so I'm not surprised. I kind of feel like the vast majority of people would have given up. But it sounds like you've done a lot. All right, I need opinions. Hit me with your spiciest UI opinions. Do you think I should display the exclamation point? What do you guys think? I'm not thinking. My brain fried and got so tuned out I played balloons halfway through. Fair enough. Yeah, display it. All right, we got one vote for yes. Good enough for me. Where am I displaying the name? Second child. Display name. So the way that I worded this, nummax command name characters. Nummax command name. Yeah, okay. That's fine. I was just trying to think, because now that I added a character, I was wondering if I should adjust that number, but I think it's It's fine. Like, this display name... I mean, if I'm gonna... What? It's fine. It's fine. I'm worried about nothing. I am worried about nothing. So, like, the thing that I was thinking about is, like, take the top right command card. Like, the name is too long, and so it'll automatically cut it off and just add an ellipsis. So, like, in theory, the user shouldn't be allowed to enter a command name that's too long. But obviously, this is just, you know, it gets saved to a file at some point, so in theory, they could tamper with the file and manually add a name that's too long. So, like, should I worry about whether or not they do that and have logic in place that'll add the ellipsis? Maybe. I already have the logic in place already, so, like, I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. Be careful with display name. I do recommend you using the login instead of display name on the API. What do you mean? Like when I'm showing the username here? I don't remember what... I'm pretty sure it is just the login. UI... Main panel, header... Get users... Broadcaster chatter... Broadcaster button. Oh, that's right. I made them like their own class for some reason. Wait, what? This is not what I... Connect button. No, I clicked on the wrong one. Broadcaster button. There we go. It's a user button. The user button displays what? User login is eventually what it displays. More on the API, because if the name is Japanese, it will show as display name, but the API only know UTF characters, so the login will reflect a normal UTF name for that user to use on the API. The API only knows UTF characters. I mean, I don't think that you ever have to send like a person's username to the API. No? I'm only ever using the user ID, which is just a number. Unless I'm wildly misunderstanding what you're saying. Which could be the case. Wouldn't be the first time. This button. I should probably just like make an icon for the button instead of having, because I'm pretty sure this thing is like just a text character. It's just a special thing. True, but if you only know the name and not the ID, you can use the name to get the ID. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure I will like always have the ID. Like, I don't think there's anything I'm doing that will result in me not having a user ID when I need it, at least. But okay. I'm gonna say no to the ads. Ads are snooze for 5 minutes. There we go. Because it's been 4 hours. I was kind of planning on ending like 2 hours ago, and then we went on the badges rabbit hole. And I don't know, that was interesting because it's a much better way of doing things. Dude, like when I was writing the code to do that, the entire time I was like, this doesn't feel like a good way of doing things, but I also have no idea a better way. And now finally, you know, many months after I started this project, I finally am made aware of a much better way. So thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah. All right. You get big stone now. Haha. Thank you, C-Dom, for giving stone enrichment in his enclosure made of code. What is your schedule? That's the neat part. I don't have one. I need one though. Did I also work on Stonebot last week Monday? Was it the same day of the week? I must have. Oh, hang on. Let me get my actually working version of the bot. Hang on. It's an old version, but do I not have it here? Oh shoot. Hang on. You should still be hanging on. Keep hanging on. Okay, there it is. There you go. There's a link to the Discord. So I don't have a schedule. I post to the live streams channel in the Discord when I go live, but like I should probably do a better job at keeping people updated. Yeah, unfortunately don't have a schedule, but not all streams are development streams. I do some speedrunning. I'm kind of trying to get back into Slay the Spire, because Slay the Spire 2 is supposed to come out this year. I played a lot of Slay the Spire a long time ago. I'll probably only hang out on the development ones. That is perfectly fine. I enjoy having you here. But yeah. I need a schedule. That's the point. Anyway, thanks for watching. I appreciate everybody being here. You know what? I was raided very early, and I'm pretty sure some of the people that were in that raid are still here. So I am gonna see if I can find somebody else to raid. Is it weird to raid somebody with more viewers than you? There's this person here with like 30 viewers. That looks cool. Not really? Alright, we'll do that person then. Small man with freshly polished brain tries to get through to-do list for a playtest. Their name is Erend. Alright, I'll start the raid. Thanks for watching. I appreciate everybody being here. Oh, wait. They're in a BRB screen. Hang on. Do we raid them while they're in a BRB screen? I feel like that'd be mean. No, come back, please. Don't BRB. No. They're in a BRB screen. No. Gritty Goose. I've never seen that one before. That's hilarious. How long have they been BRB'd? No, I really wanted to raid them. Okay, I'll try and find somebody else. Archaeology game. You want to see my hot emotes? Of course. 90th try it rating. Oh. Okay. I did not fully... What? Camera? Hello? I did not fully understand what you meant by that. That is not what I was expecting. That's so funny. Gaming great. Dude, this person has been live for 7 hours, 7.5 hours, learning Python day 3 for 7.5 hours. I couldn't. I went to school, took a couple classes in Python. An hour and a half is the most you're gonna get out of me. Daily dev. Oh, they have one viewer. Alright, we're doing this person. Audacious Gabe. They've been live for 2... Okay, we're doing this person. Alright. Thank you for watching. Have a good one. See you next time. Peace. Have a good raid. See ya.